Alright, back to more Endwalker. I tried it a few hours ago. Right now it's 1:47 a.m. and my wait in line was like 5,000 plus, and that was after multiple attempts of trying to log in. So let's see if it's a little bit better right now. Okay. That's reasonable. See if we can get in on this. And I'm going to be playing for a while too. I got plenty of rest. I'm ready to go. If I start to get sleepy, I'll go do something to wake myself up. Because I have some catching up to do. But things were getting ramped up yesterday, so looking forward to where it's going. Yeah, I got some catching up to do. I want to get to... Let's see, I'm halfway to 83. Let me move this down just a little bit. So I want to get to... Yeah, or I'm halfway to 83. I want to get to 86. Before the day's out. And I'm going to be streaming for a while. I feel like I'm a little bit behind in regards to everyone. Not that I'm necessarily trying to rush it, but the longer it takes level, the more chances of being spoiled by certain things increase. And yeah, I know most of my streams and VODs I could, you know, edit this part out. I actually don't have editing software anyways to do that, but even if I wanted to, you know, I could have some weird thing where I log in and it shows like this amount and then suddenly it drops to 1 and then I get in. So you never know. Something weird could happen, so that's why. So, I'll be right back in a few minutes while waiting for this. I don't want to say we're necessarily good just yet, since yesterday I got booted at 198, I think it was. But we did get back in relatively quickly, so it wasn't too bad. Don't want to jinx it, but I think we're okay. All right. This might be the first time getting in without any of this showing up. All right. So, I mean, under an hour to get in from that amount when before it's taken me almost 2 hours. So, it's an improvement. Wow. No fucking way. If it saved my spot, I'm okay. Alright, not bad. Damn, man. That really sucks. Yeah, I can tell you right now, I'm going to be spending a lot of time playing this game now. I wish you could watch cinematics and stuff from this screen. Because I would. Without, like, cutting into the login and stuff. I jinxed it earlier with what I said. Should have been smarter than that. Damn. Oh, I know something I want to check real quick while that's happening. Excuse me. Come on. Oh, wow. Good PS games. Good PS Plus games for... Whoops. Okay, did close that window. Alright, let's go. Told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Will do. You too, Star. Modeled your clothing on Ofno and I wore when we journeyed from Lord Hushfront's falling snows to Ishgard for the first time. Those days I barely knew one end of a sewing needle from the other, and as you've always had very individual tastes, I let you pick your own outfit. I like to think my skills have improved since then, but do you know what's more important than skill? Heart and soul. There's plenty to be found in each and every one of my works. True. Thanks. It's an honor to finally meet you. We at the Garland Iron Works will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal. If there's aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent views. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus' death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Thancred's gear looks awesome.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Pistola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. A blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Alright. Solid barrel. Roll combo, Nebula, Swift Deception. There's a bomb that confuses the sense of guard dogs. Neutralizing them has no effect on Imperial soldiers or magic weaponry. Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence mission as soon as you are ready. Learn about success in the mission hinges on the following points. Swift Deception renders Thancred invisible and increases movement speed. While active enemy soldier Magitech will be unable to perceive Thancred's presence even if they are within close proximity, however, it has no effect on guard dogs. Huge sense of smell and they will be able to detect Thancred regardless. Moreover, this action can only be used outside of combat. It will also be unavailable when Thancred attempts to deactivate Magitech fields or execute certain other actions. Thancred's silent takedown will instantly render a soldier unconscious. It can only be used while Swift Deception is in effect. Though it cannot be used on Magitech guard dogs, utilizing silent takedowns whenever possible is essential in clearing a path to your objectives. Guard dogs can detect Thancred even when Swift Deception active. You can instead use a bewilderment bomb to distract them and sneak past unnoticed. Conversely, bewilderment bombs have no effect on Magitech or soldiers, so take care to choose the right tool for the situation. They don't have anything else to say. Let's go over the finer details. Coming battle, you will fight as Thancred. You have two objectives. Place explosives on the Imperial Magitech. Deactivate the frontline Magitech units via the control terminal. If the guards detect and pursue you, enemy force will become more aware of the threat you pose, indicated by the threat awareness gauge. Gauge will gradually fill until you defeat all alerted enemies. Gauge is completely filled, the guards will call for reinforcements and the mission will end in failure. Use Swift Deception to avoid detection as you go about completing your objectives. Okay. Well, let's do it.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Oh, that's cool. Gate could get messy if I'm not careful. Neutralize. Oh wow, they're using the Shadowbringers theme. Oh no, wait, no, it is Endwalker theme. Sorry. This is the part where it kicks into the statue. Damn. I wish they would play the vocals for that.
Must be losing my touch.
Yeah. It's okay. Let threat awareness start to drop. go back. I have to take them out.
Damn, spotted.
Okay. Look what I've compared. Whoops. Good look at things here. Got it in my mind. The next part of this theme keeps playing through. Crap. Oh, that one guard is patrolling. No, it's a slasher. Never mind. Might be best to just knock it out. I keep thinking the Swift Deception has a very long cooldown. It doesn't. So, get you out of the way. That one there. That should do the trick now. To hide and send word.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
I really like this.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood.
Showing,
Have
like,
the others wait at the rendezvous point.
showing the face along with the name. Okay, that's bad. Real bad.
Must be losing my touch.
That was really messy. Oh, that wasn't bad at all.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Let's do it.
Fighters! Protect the others! A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishnad is here!
I really like that new holy effect. That looks cool. And the new glare looks nice too.
Display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
Anyone still struggling? Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Healed up.
You lot all right back there? We're fine and ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
North. Okay. Meanwhile, on the front line.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
Let's do it. Excuse me.
We have them now! Forward!
was a raging bull!
Yeah, you wrecked him. Heals on them. Uh-oh.
That's her! Virgilia!
Do not fall behind!
Her up. Okay, so they all feel affected by that. Right? Yeah.
Is everyone all right?
Just fine. This stuff is so cool. Fighting alongside your in-game allies.
Heal or die!
Uh-oh. Heal's gone. Whoops. Hang on.
Tremble before the sun!
May your scream fill the air!
Wow. Right. I thought they were holding her at bay at first, so that's why I ran up to her. I thought I had to move her or something. Awesome.
Rest! Recover! Reclaim yourself! Then we will fight again! To the death!
Sadu Hatun!
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Very ominous.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
That was fun. That's awesome looking etherite. So who... Talk to Ishtola. Sorry, I'm feeling rather unwell. Must remain as mobile as we are able in such temperatures as these. I fear that if we stand still for too long, the ice so may freeze our very bones. Shouldn't be long before we have a half-decent camp with so many helping hands. It's concerned the snow might hinder our progress, but our Asgardian friends are used to working in conditions like these. Comrades certainly haven't wasted any time establishing a base of operations. Okay, I gotta go attune. Despite the obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we'll reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss the course of action with Lucia. You might asking Ishtola and Graha to join us in building the northeast of the camp. Alice and I will meet you there. Meeting, yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. Truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. Just the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, and holy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. Okay. Take care. You will be pleased to know most of the temperate have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering like the time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting, I will make my way there. Damn. Poogie. Vast Ironworks members and some of our other comrades stay with the airships. In the event we are discovered, we must be ready to move them swiftly to a safer location. Robin taught me a lot about military strategy during exercise in the fringes. Coordinating uses widely different capabilities, surveying, securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now I have the chance to put his teachings into practice. Virgilia is in our care, along with the rest of the Tempered. Glory to Garlemald, glory to Garlemald. They still whisper in their sleep, even as they writhe in pain. This is all that remains of Vladarum. Homes become empty husks. If this is the state of the outlying villages, I dread to think what has become of the capital. Tempered soldiers are sleeping soundly while they undergo treatment. There are too many to attend at once, but I and the other healers will see to all eventually. Hell's Bells has placed Bloody Freeze and rather be tied to the top mast in a storm than suffer this cold night any longer. Anyone who can spare a swig of rum, they'll sort me right out. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. Arian is here, we will begin. Oh, excuse me. Lack of oxygen.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease. including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields. I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Never thought myself much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. There's this odd perception that Ashgardians have lived their whole lives in the snow, but it really wasn't that bad before the calamity, and afterwards, well, I was really more than a few paces from a raging fire. This dreadful place, on the other hand, is nothing but cold, 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 and it's my understanding that Elsevard has always been this way. Gods, can you imagine? Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, dread to think how we'd fare without it. Must remember to thank her when next we meet. Makes me realize too that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them and quickly. So it's into the Eblan Rime we go, but where do we even start looking in such a place? What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like rather a tall order. Ahem, since you asked, we're to scour the Eblan Rime for survivors. What? Wander around Icefield in the off chance you'll find someone? It would take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Here you go, dash. Grab that. Two buildings I can see don't appear to be residences. They may still warrant investigation, though. Surprised by how many wild beasts there are roaming about the place. Perhaps now that soldiers have gone, they're free to wander and forage as they please. I spy with my little telescope. Massive sheep thing, or maybe it's a cow. No, we're after either way. Is that an ether current? Ah, no, just a wind spray. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. Below, what do I see on hillock? There's no mistaking it. It's a girl. Survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree, it looks like she's running away from something, though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one, at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. Agreed. Let Lucia know where you're heading. I want to take these warming tinctures with you. Thank you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. Unless we forget, the very reason we're here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Alright, thanks. Are you still here? If you didn't any longer, you will miss your chance to play the hero. What? Okay, these are all level 82. Those look cool. Overbows. Trail of fresh footprints lead east. What the hell is that? Nasty is what it is. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. According to the label here, this place was used by those involved in extracting ceruleum. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? As Emmeline said, it's highly unlikely she was running away from us. Even so, we mustn't do anything to startle her. For all she knows, we're soldiers of an invading army, so we need to be careful not to give the wrong impression. Girl in a green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. You call out to her from this distance and might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Follow the girl from a safe distance. Objective 1, failure if you are noticed. Make use of cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location. He's on the exact same one I am. Oh. There's a rock up there I can use. Boulder. Damn it. Kill that thing. Get that out of the way. Screwed me up. I mean, I did fall apart after that, but didn't have a whole lot of room to maneuver there. Damn, that's annoying. Sorry, Reaper. Can't help you out right now. Yeah, we're good. Few still in one piece. Who are you? Stay back. This house packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino, this is my sister Alize, and our good friend Arrow. No intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else, I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the one responsible for all of this. You did this to us. What? Uh-oh. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Talafaroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Talafaroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? I was about to say, he's asking her a lot. A lot of different things. My name is Licinia. It's for how I've managed to stay sane. I've asked myself the same question ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were. Truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help, can you? Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Ksenia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with a means of heating this place, a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Al said? We'll have a fire burning in no time. Maybe we build it under that gazebo. The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, yes. Do as you will. They have a different name for it, or maybe it's bower. I think it's bower though. Excuse me. Ksenia's inner turmoil is writ plain on her face. I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food. But they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Before the Civil War, I was a student, the others were officials of some sort, I think. Even after all this time together, we hardly know the first thing about each other. What I do know is this. We're Garlands. When times are hard, we stick together no matter what. Wow, they have radios. What they need most is a decent meal. We food back to the camp, but there's the distance to consider. All's well, the food in my belly and a song in my heart. I can feel my fingers again. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it'll take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Elaine's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? Sure. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Oops. Being gifts from the notoriously unreliable Emmeline is highly doubtful. This concoction will have the intended effect if only there were willing and, more importantly, unwitting volunteers in whom to test it. Excuse me. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. Tell me, have you heard aught of the city? But calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from the wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, ceruleum lingers is full. Ceruleum ingens is full of the stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All's well. Yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? Ha, 'twas a joke, ha. If I laughed, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek. Alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek, ere they fell. Bear the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, screams, was our beloved capital razed to ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants. Their lavish finery caked in ash, they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. If you listen very, very carefully, you can hear the sound of my stomach eating itself. Would that it could devour my soul. Many of our ancestors succumbed to the bitter cold when first they came to these lands, much as we are now. But with discipline and order, any obstacle can be overcome. When every man knows his duty and is held to account if he shirks it, without a hierarchy, this is what we are reduced to. There's something that can be said for Lord Eminelane. He's not one to leave others at the mercy of the cold. Of course, being a man of Corthus, I'm sure he is more aware than most of its dangers, but I sense that is not the only reason. Ever since the warm welcome we received at Camp Dragonhead, the hospitality and his brothers have afforded us nothing short of exemplary. Perhaps they aspire to live up to the example set by Lord Edmont. What do you want? Tincture, may as well drink it, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? Use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances, like a link pearl. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made of quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Simonis, it is. Not all that useful since capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others. Because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus and Aminus. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. It is a solemn reminder that, though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus will not be defeated so easily. I have faith you will deliver us from this madness. Your radiance, by your grace, shall Garlemald be reborn. Yeah, he's gone. What's that? So this is what you gave the others? Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Vergilia's troops heading towards Magni... What was it they said? Glaskies? Glacius? A few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. Vergilia and her men are all there now. Wonder if that's her sister, maybe. So how did you reach the Magna Glacius? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. There might be a way to... Licinia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? Voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps the baby almost has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you have a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of trappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. Top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? You only need enough ceruleum to last till the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the trappers. If it's ceruleum you'll need, then ceruleum you shall have. Thank you so much. To reach Tapper's Den. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Will do. I'm not sure what else the Tappers might need besides provisions. Though I dare say that capable fighters like yourself can offer them other forms of compensation. Culling dangerous beasts, that sort of thing. Alright, be right back. Short break. Alright, back. Alright, so we're gonna go that way. Cerulia Ingens. Speak with the burly tapper. Bardian Tersus. Mighty are fallen. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? Purebloods over at Victor Spoils hadn't given away our location. You'd never have found us. Oh, okay. The stuck-up arseholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum. Nothing to offer in return. Ha. It's like the boots on the other foot. Now the capital's gone to shite. So the resort is sending you to negotiate? I know your game, Sellsword. You think they'll give it... If we're given to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. Another thing coming. What? Stop, please. Consider me intimidated. There you are. Just after you left, Lucia asked me to go and catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? We intimidated them. The Origin's rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean? You were brought here from other lands? Garabania, Yanxia, Baja, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will. Others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. The old hierarchy means nothing in New Garlemald. Says we, about the only thing that escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ingens, still sustaining us even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. How can you do this, if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrel full. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire, and the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. As long as there's need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good. Oops. If you're wondering why we'd post guards outside, it's because we've had trouble with other refugees, and I don't mean the ones at Victor's spoils. Some of them come bearing weapons and won't take no for an answer. As for the 2 guards you met on the way in, I'll tell them what we've discussed. Once they've recovered from the beating you gave them, come to think of it, maybe we should ask your contingent to send some bandages and healing balm. How the bloody hell did you find us here, and who are you? Come here from across the ice field, did you? Then we better hope you weren't followed by any of them crazy soldiers, or we're done for. Or we're done for. Regardless of what the Ulsabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. What of the ordinary people, their lives or stories, should they be forgotten too? I suppose there will be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. That looks okay. The fire we built at Victor's spoils won't last forever, and it's too dangerous for Licinia now to search for more kindling. If we can get them some ceruleum, it'll be one less thing for them to worry about, for a time at least. Jarek is amenable to making a deal. So you come seeking ceruleum, have you? What, those purebloods up at Victor's spoils sent you? To turn their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. Oh. Sister, but we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. May have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I could spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? Sure. I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we delivered this ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. I don't know the details, but she mentioned a sister 3 years to a junior who's in poor health. That being the case, I thought her people would be willing to cough up some supplies in exchange for ceruleum, but maybe they didn't have anything after all. That's cool, whatever that is. Actually, what? Okay, 84. I got major catching up to do. This isn't right. It's too quiet. North Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Uh-oh. Oh, damn it all. The hell? They attack him? They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. Here they fared rather worse than me. Damn. Can't fool us, we know what you're about. Vultures, is that what you are? That's what you are, waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then you swoop. Here to help? What rot? All employed to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong, that's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. You've got bigger problems. Found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true, Lucinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. If you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I never give up my people. I'm trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. Invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. Cannot say how Lucinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. I'll follow as soon as I can. After I've given them some basic treatment, I'll take the men inside the house and use a light sleeping enchantment to help them rest, ensure that they don't cause any more trouble. Sorry, but this is something I must do. Rob us of our lands, rob us of our pride. No, no, I'll not allow it. Better die free than live in servitude and shame. The girls would say the same. Two sets of fresh footprints, young women, judging by the size. It's definitely them, come on. Oh, you know what? Anything change in the log? 3 dungeons, 5. Okay. Okay, so all that stuff's still the same. Trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. Can't think of any other reason. Look at this place, crawling with beasts. I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. Could really do with Alphino's help, but can't afford to wait for him. Split up and look for clues. This area looks nice. Unless they didn't go that way. The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol, and the thin coating of dirt indicates it's been here for some time and is unlikely to have any connection to Licinia or her sister. Ooh, that's yeah, don't want to fight that one at all. Zoblin. Not good. Blood staining the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount. The victim may have been severely wounded. Trail of blood leads southeastwards. Oh. Northwest. I hear it. Yeah, it's above. Across that pump. Uh-oh. Oh no. Two bodies are already cold. Damn.
blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
That really sucks. There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Only we'd had a chance to talk things over, but it's too late now. Too late by far. Alphinaud is resolved, may be shaken, but he has not forgotten his duty. We've already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, you should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Man, the sages leveled fast, and the reapers too. But I think there are ways to level them quickly. Probably the same way I did when I was leveling my blue mage. We mustn't forget to send some of our allies to Tapper's Den. We still owe them for the bottle of ceruleum. you mind giving Lucia a full report? Treatment and temperate is proceeding as well as can be expected. If there's anything to report, you will be sure to know, though I gather you have a report of your own to deliver. Is something the matter? Twins look out of sorts and you two seem a bit off. Forgive me for saying, but the three of you appear rather drained since your return. Is there all I might do to be of assistance? Elzay and Alphino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front line, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession. And in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers.
Glacius.
But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Very interesting developments. I worry they were not in the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking, but what's done is done. I know you'll take good care of them and yourself as well, I trust. They are resilient in face of hardship, you as well. But good intentions and stubborn determination alone will not be enough to bring our mission to a successful conclusion. Be on your guard. Julius Pierre Nabanus. It is unusual for one so young to achieve such a high rank. Very unusual. His uniform identifies him as a member of the 1st Legion, which has a particularly fierce reputation. Whoever his superior may be, I advise you to approach them with caution. Captured boy is about to make off with our food. He must be very hungry to take such risks. Maybe we should give him something to eat, reward him for his boldness. Perhaps it is unwise to volunteer for a mission so soon after the previous disaster. Nevertheless, you shall not squander this opportunity. I know, this won't bring back the senior or her sister. Taking the same risk, making the same mistakes as possible, better to try than to give up every time. The lowly task of keeping watch over provisions would not normally befit the son. These being unusual circumstances, will let no man take that which is not by rights theirs. Said your farewells, have you? Alright, let's go. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else, remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over her and keep you. As I said before, Thancred can be quite the warrior, but rest assured he only has your best interests at heart. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Several temple knights are off on reconnaissance at present. We as guardians have seen our fair share of frosted pastures, so we are more than ready for this icy bout. The Rothgars from Baja, on the other hand, are having a devil time adjusting these chilly climes. The warming stones we lent them seem to have helped, though. Where do you think their headquarters are? I assume there are a few others besides him and this commander you mentioned. We will do only as instructed. After all, this is what we have been striving for ever since we arrived. Alright, that's far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill and follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alice and he's Alphino, and last but not least, there's Arrow. Arrow, where have I heard that before? No matter, Alphino and Alice will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Choose part Julius will accompany off now, and Alice will then begin moving towards the destination. Make your way to Liminal Station 4 without falling behind. If you leave Julius behind for any reason, or lose sight of off now and Alice, you may try again by returning to the starting point. Ready to make a dash for the station? Yep. We're here, I think. Something like the ones in Thanalan. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. We're getting closer to the Imperial Palace, if one could still call it that. Truly is a terrifying sight to behold. I wonder what sort of condition Julius' comrades are living in. If they have any sense, they'll peck somewhere like Victor's spoils take shelter. North of the station is Reggio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close and wandering off, understood? Way forward. Almost a level. So what does that look like? Not bad. Or it's sort of, whoops. Some stuff. Julius knows only too well that danger lurks around every corner. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, chance to sneak by, completely unnoticed or slim at best. I'll lead the way in the event we are senior to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons, while I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back. I will not take that chance. With that said, let's proceed. Must stay alert. God damn it, we're perfectly capable of holding our own. See why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. The people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. If that's so, for all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Really like look that holy. Hate to watch you bear this burden alone. Yeah, that's okay. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. Truly believes there's nothing that can be done for them. No wonder he is afraid to get his hands dirty. Surest way to limit casualties is to reach our destination without drawing attention to ourselves. Perhaps afterwards we could try to convince Julius that the tempered can be saved. I meant what I said. These these people deserve only death. He stayed in my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Okay. Shit. That's really messed up. Such a transformation is likely irreversible. I think they were once ordinary people. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of primals either may suffer severe corruption. New treatments, such victims, are beyond salvation. You admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you'll think twice before speaking of a cure. Oh, you know, it might be underground. Yeah, it probably is. Even here in the outskirts, it's plain to see how vastly different Garlemald is compared to other cities. I wish there was another way. I thank you for keeping us from harm. We're almost there. But you have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine this way. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations, now serves as our headquarters. Varus sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Go on, down the stairs like I told you. Or is this your first time into an underground station? They're all over the Garlemald, even during severe blizzards. Could use them to travel from one end of the city to another, back when they were still in operation, that is. I had no idea they had such expansive structures built underground. This looks cool. It's plain to see why they chose... Whoops. Yeah. Plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. could have done a lot worse, even so I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass, searching food, and their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices while you may be here as my guest. The others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander's in the locomotive over there. Remember, do a tune. Ray's not responding. Interesting. Not yet, anyways. Probably have to do the 4. He certainly looks the part. Now comes a true test. Opposing commander. Deal with you in a moment.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the 1st Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varus understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. the champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for? You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Well, that was unexpected. It's always rough seeing old friends like that. I have to remind myself not to touch it. If it starts to itch, I'd rather not set it off by accident. Anyway, enough about that. Let's learn what we can from the refugees. There's no way Julius had that in mind. Take more than a trifle such as this to deter us. Compared to what Garlemald's people have suffered in recent days, these collars are a minor inconvenience. Persone non grate. Julius has orders, and pleasant though they may be. Per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. For you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. If you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So do you truly intend to speak with the others, or is that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean, or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people, or trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shot collars will be the least of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, well, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. Above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alice will pay the price. You heard what I said, don't make me repeat myself. Tavia, oops. Ooh, nope. Damn, wrong one. Oh well. 2, Arrow V. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night that Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. Oh shit. Maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return, till you get what you deserve. Mark my words. I was ready to abandon all hope until I saw you. You, soon, very soon, will make you pay for every life you've taken. Sabinian Anus. Sabinian Anus. So cold. Young soldiers on the verge of losing consciousness. It's rated the same model as the one used as Victor's spoils. Perhaps this is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Marcellinus. I know who you are, so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll ugh. Bah, damn. Toward the sutures. Of all the times, worst of the lot, within striking distance, I can't even muster in strength. If it weren't for the third, bleeding us would be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus' life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. The roar, the terrible roar, the capital was chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy. Mind intact, but body broken, a soldier name alone. Cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. How must pain Lord Quintus see our proud legion reduced to this? My suffering, my regrets, they're nothing compared to his. I did talk to her twice, right? Yep. Is there aught we may do to ease your woes? Tell me, where does it hurt? So cold and probably hasn't had a proper meal in days. If only we'd brought some food with us, perhaps I could use a little magic too. No, I mustn't. God, this is so frustrating. I made my position quite clear. Do not test my patience. Came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you best keep your hands off that etherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city built by Garlands for Garlands. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the etherite's power to keep this place lit. But that comes at the cost of its normal function. My expertise maintaining magic weaponry isn't exactly applicable to the machina you'll find here, but I'll see if I can get this etherite working again. Anything to keep busy. You heard what I said, don't make me repeat myself. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without one proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there's precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Says Flavius, there are several people in the next carriage I've yet to speak with. Can you start there? Sure. Called by cat. Who's there? My eyes. I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight and give them my ration. Me going hungry means someone else will live to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. Would you stay with me a little longer? Hold my hand. Yours is so much warmer. Never been this cold or this hungry in all my life. Garlemald was built in a frozen waste. The city itself was always a warm, inviting place. Now all we once had is in ruins. No matter what may betide, I have my daughter, and that alone shall keep me from succumbing to even the darkest of nights. So those you met fare no better? I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings in the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him, though we need to persuade Julius first. Just a little more. Well, seen enough? Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? Excuse me. We've been scavenging provisions from nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is a greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. With ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. Have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you can do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telaferoi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. He identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realized Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger of the 10th Legion saying as much and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telaferoi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running from the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. How do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. You need help now. Say the word and we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. Damn, the music. Hit right at the perfect moment there. So, did you agree to it? Of course not. No, he will not place Garlemald in debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for Sir William outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well, after all, many hands make light work. You are more trouble than you're worth. Once we're outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Alright, short break. Be right back. Okay. Without our healing magics, there's little we can do for these people beyond offer words of encouragement. But this way we'll be able to offer them tangible assistance. Although this is hardly the solution we had in mind, it will have to suffice for the time being. Julius finds himself in the somewhat bizarre position of leading ambassadors of an enemy contingent on a salvage mission. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. First location is Forum Solis, park to the northwest of this station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. There's only so much I can do until we are able to procure more medicine. Cannot safely move the injured, and what little provisions we do have are spent keeping both us and the survivors warm. This is the place. Excuse me. I think this macabre graveyard for war machinas was once a park. Excuse me. So, this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. Healthy society requires communal space for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the Empire, the great Solus Galvus. Do we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machine in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. While I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see, then with your permission, we will commence the search. Rather small by Garlean standards, this structure is reminiscent of a merchant's hall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at. Shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. There's a current here. Okay, up above. Go get it. Several points of interest are marked on the map. Forum Solius. The pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. Oh. That looks cool. I mean, this whole place looks awesome in general. Even as creepy as it is with all that. Kind of reminds me of the train station in Final Fantasy 17. Cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canister has long since been drained of ceruleum, as Julius said. This, whatever it is, appears to have some sort of symbolic meaning relating to this park, even though the place named after Solus doesn't seem to be a statue of him. Well, at least not anymore. Maybe it was once a fountain, or somewhere the man himself used to sit. Not that it would matter, even if we knew, but I can't help wondering. Interesting. This place got wrecked. Damn. Trap's is built in the style of Imperial war machine, armed with a battery of weapons capable of transforming into different configurations, but on closer inspection it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Talk to Alpha now. See what he had to say. I'd imagine there would be much need for Magitech in a park of all places, but then again, I wasn't raised in Garlemald. He may have uses for ceruleum that I've yet to consider. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. Couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no, It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wait and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. Every time we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated? With a ceruleum-powered heater by any chance? I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago, and the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. Can't see a thing, I can't remember where the hatch might be. The machinery most likely broke, and the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garland would jump out of their skin if they saw it. But the first has a few foreign signiferi and metapsi, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now? Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, blast over fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. Tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting over unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park. We have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip? A little friendly competition might make things interesting. Last thing we need is you catching a cold. Step aside while I drink the pond dry. That way, we'll find it in no time. Last one to find the ceruleum tank is a rotten egg, though I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. Can't believe what I'm seeing. Yeah, gods be good, it's cold. Perhaps we should have listened to Julius after all. Delve in murky water, but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Oh, that has a new look to it, I think. I don't remember that shield ever doing that. Ever looking like that, I mean. When I cast it. Delve in murky water, but bone. Beneath water, your fingers catching what you think might be a handle. Open the hatch, retrieve a ceruleum tank. However, your grand discovery comes at great personal cost. You become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid color odor emanating from every element of your body. Julius would doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. You found it? There must be another one around here somewhere. Find anything? I hope you did. Temperature regulator, ceruleum tank. Uncovering hidden treasure is an adventurer's bread and butter. Though one is not normally required to go elbow deep in ice-cold, stagnant pond water to tree it. Nevertheless, many would choose that over mowing down hordes of flavoring beasts or solving annoying puzzles. That's it. There's still some ceruleum left. The fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give off no hand. Call me an old dawn, because by fire I am reborn. My clothes are mostly dry now too. Appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus' eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Grelmald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contribution to the Empire, ward an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass makes its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops were rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. If I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Bad. $5.25. Well, at least my clothes are finally dry, though they could still do with a proper wash. Owing to the wealth of experience I've accrued in gathering firewood, I was even able to provide Julius with some basic pointers on the subject. Thought it might help further build a rapport and to distract him from his other concerns. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades at the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. Okay. Excuse me. The War Machina appears to be patrolling the area of its own volition. I wonder whether it is simply following its original orders, or if it now serves it to Lafroy. Everything was built on an enormous scale and with thick, cleanly cut stone, much like Emerald. Given what we now know, such similarities are no coincidence. As you can see, this place literally remnants of various types of War Machina. While my comrades and I have already covered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. I decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it'd be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. With the force generated by these devices relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. Saw the explosive I gave you, yes? Remember to check the ceruleum gauge before attempting to remove the outer casing. The gauge has been damaged. You can't determine if there's any left and you can't determine if there's any left fuel to recover. Use your best judgment. According to the cerulean gauge, this unit's fuel tank is empty. Not powerful enough to destroy the thick armor of Imperial War Machina, but not the considerably more fragile cerulean tanks beneath, apparently. The cerulean gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel its tank may hold. Okay, I moved away just a little bit too soon. Just successfully removing the War Machina's outer case for your cerulean tank, you find it to be completely empty. Some gauge in this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel its tank may hold. After successfully removing the War Machina's outer case and removing the cerulean tank, you find it to be completely empty. Get rid of that one. Need some more bombs, please. Need some more? Here. We have a fair amount of explosives to spare today, but tomorrow's another story. Can't afford to waste so many units, nothing to offer, so be sure to check the gauge first. Of course, if the gauge is damaged, up to you to make the call. According to cerulean gauge, this unit's fuel tank is empty. Cerulean gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel its tank may hold. Third time's a charm. You retrieve the War Machina's cerulean tank to find it is still half full, or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Julie surely be pleased by your discovery. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? Yep. Not only did this tank survive the attack that disabled the War Machina in which it was installed, it also escaped the blast of explosives unscathed. Medals for outstanding service were awarded to inanimate objects as champion among cerulean tanks, which surely deserve one. Done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. This we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we head back. Wait here while I go and see how Alize and Alphino are faring.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Nice.
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cult? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here, as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
Alphino and Alizé will be fine providing they do not resist. Bastards. Ale Lacta Est. Once again, Eulus has been entrusted with an unenviable task. You will accompany me back to your camp where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to legionaries Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot magic armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the eel for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Ask the eel. What do you want with me? Ask the eel, so Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew you would understand. You recognize the savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready in the name of Emperor Varus for the glory of Garlemald. I will fulfill my duty. You again. Ask the eel, he said. So, that's to be the way of it after all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. Those are my orders, and so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. Uh-oh. It's not good. Be done as instructed. Their duties involve more than transportation of supplies, don't they? I feel like they're just gonna go in and blow themselves up. Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now, like it or not, we have to cooperate. There's one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. Short walk from here, follow me. Be interesting to see what the new Fate music is like. That later on, though. Ulysses lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Whoa.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center. The blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us?
sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
So cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varus at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varus and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
The scouts have secured Alizé and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed.
Except Quintus expected that.
I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus. and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varus, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
Stop! Both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I. Memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Wow. That reminds me of the ending to StarCraft Brood War. Oh shit. What happened there? Thank goodness the 10th Legion decided to sue for peace when they did. We have been spared more senseless bloodshed, which is the last thing anyone, including the First, needs. From their perspective, though, the promised reinforcements was their last hope. Now they have no choice but to capitulate to the invaders. But we will prove to them that all is not lost, and we yet stand a chance of casting out the Telaferoi. Even with their empire in ruins, the Garlands have not lost the will to fight. That strength shall serve them in days to come. There is yet life in this cold soil. It was a grave error not to post sentries farther from the camp. Had we seen the Garlands sooner, we could have slain them long before the truce was called. They engaged us of their own free will and deserved to die warriors' deaths. Even so, I have not forgotten why we are here, and I will stay my hand for now. Just returned from guarding the airships. Now I've got to keep an eye out the captured Imperials. Maybe a bit of chit-chat will help lighten the mood. When the Imperials charged upon us, we were able to avoid any serious injuries on either side. In truth, most of the Garlands were in no condition to fight. Sunken eyes, hollow cheeks. It must have been a long time since they had a decent meal. I'm sure they will be much more amenable to conversation with food in their bellies. We will make no attempt to resist. Much more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Present situation. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry, a reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic, but perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Eulus back to the station, have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alizé, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. I'll have food and bedding prepared for the refugees. Getting them here safely, however, is my immediate concern. Power, Alright, I'm gonna stop local recording for right now, but I will be back. I'm gonna keep streaming, I'm just gonna take a short break, so I'll be right back.